Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this morning. A man sentenced to life in prison waking up a free man this morning. Why some say this was a political ploy by Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. And school violence prompting new tactics to keep students safe. The push from one councilwoman that is seeing opposition from experts. Plus, the midterms right around the corner now. We are live with a preview of today's gubernatorial debate. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, October 12th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's see how today's shaping up weather-wise. We have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax with a look at what to expect. Good morning.
Good morning. It's going to be another nice day, but we do have a transition coming. We're getting back to a rainy pattern heading into the night and then into the day tomorrow. And that's all because of our next cold front, but we're starting off nice and quiet this morning. Current temperatures sit at 48 with partly cloudy skies over Towson and calm winds. Across the rest of the state, we're waking up to temperatures in the 40s and the 50s, so already a little bit warmer than we were yesterday morning. And by the afternoon, we are heading back to the 70s. However, we're keeping track of our next weather maker. That's going to be the cold front that you see on the screen. High pressure right now is keeping us nice and dry, but that cold front is going to sweep across the state tomorrow, and that will lead to our next chance for showers. I'll break down the timing of the rain and possible storms and let you know how it shapes out heading into the weekend coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, we have your drive times pulled up, and we're in the green. No issues to report. Adnan Syed waking up a free man this morning after he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his former Woodlawn High School girlfriend. But questions still remain. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with the very latest and what comes next. We do have continuing coverage this morning. The Baltimore City Council is taking up a bill on vacant buildings. The bill calls for increasing fines on vacant properties based on 311 complaints. If a vacant building has multiple complaints with a 12-month period within that time, a fine will be imposed for each inspection. The fines start at $100 and then gradually increase to $1,000. The goal is to incentivize vacant property owners to quickly address the climbing complaints on their aging properties. Councilmember Odette Ramos is a big supporter of the bill. She says even if the fines aren't paid, this will still create a much-needed solution.
And again, the goal for me isn't an expectation that they're going to be paid. The goal for me is how can we make sure that some of these properties that are not in-rem eligible can be in-rem eligible quicker so that we can start the process of moving properties.
Well, the Department of Housing and Community Development is not entirely on board. They say implementing this would require IT upgrades to the current 311 system, as well as more staff to monitor and track the new fee schedule. They claim the IT upgrades alone would cost at least $140,000 and another $50,000 each year.
Additional 311 calls aren't going to get them to that point any faster. Where it falls short is really the resources in the market to be able to move more properties faster.
The bill will now go in front of another committee hearing before the council votes on it. Making headlines this morning, the Attorney General's office has identified the teen who was killed in a crash this weekend. Police were following that vehicle. Family and friends holding a candlelight vigil for 17-year-old Quelly Al-Mateen at the location of the crash Monday night. The AG says the collision happened after police started following him. The teen's car hit two other vehicles in an intersection, sending one of them into a fourth vehicle. Right now, the AG's office has not labeled Al-Mateen a suspect or said what police were investigating. Baltimore police officers, we know, have been identified as those who are involved. The investigation, meantime, is ongoing. Baltimore police are searching for the suspect involved in a shooting on September 6th. Take a good look at your screen here. Officers say this person shot a 24-year-old man in the leg on East Baltimore Street, right near Highland Avenue. This is video just before the shooting. Anyone with information is asked to call Baltimore police, or you can stay anonymous by calling Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In Prince George's County, a curfew for young people will be extended until the end of the year. The original month-long curfew was set to expire today, but county leaders say the curfew has been effective in reducing crime. During that period, the county saw a 47% dip in homicides and a 20% drop in crime overall. While only 4 children have been stopped, authorities believe enforcement has adults taking more of an active role, as they would face fines if their children are repeatedly caught.
And I hope that the focus of this curfew will again be to give new tools to our parents and our community leaders and all of our officers as we seek to protect our children.
As it stands, 16 children and under are required to be inside by 10 p.m. on weeknights and then on midnight on weekends. County leaders say that they're going to reevaluate around the holidays. Baltimore has curfew for young people, but it's not being enforced. 4:36, and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Huge gaps in learning and racial disparities. That's the findings of a new audit of Montgomery County public schools. The report found that many families are not satisfied with the school system. The county also has huge gaps in learning, especially in math, where 64% of Asian fifth graders are proficient, but only 22% of black students are proficient. The audit took 2 years to conduct. It was a packed room as the results were outlined. Parents and activists applauded the audit, but still have concerns.
So we can be happy about it, that the audit was done, but we're also here about accountability.
If MCPS invests tons of money on programs, but black, brown, and poor children cannot access them, does it really make a difference?
The audit made a number of recommendations, including improving hiring of diverse teachers and leaders, more training for staff on racial equality issues. The board says it'll take until about March to come up with an action plan. A successful Save the World mission, setting humanity on the right path. How NASA has prepared us for a possible doomsday. Plus, another warmer day in the 70s. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know what we can expect with our next weather maker. 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Wednesday morning. We are off to a nice and dry start. Temperatures a little bit higher than they were over the past couple mornings, but we are getting ready for our next weather maker. That is the cold front that you see on the map. That's headed our way tomorrow, and it will lead to our next chance for rain and possibly storms, some of which could be strong, even severe. I'll break down the timing of the storms and when we finally dry out coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, sounds good, Jasmine. Thank you. It is 4:40 now and making headlines this morning. NASA says it is ready for whatever the universe throws at us after an historic and successful Save the World mission.
Today, NASA confirms that DART successfully changed the targeted asteroid's trajectory.
A spacecraft named DART, the size of a refrigerator, launched last year. It plowed into a harmless asteroid 2 weeks ago and shifted its orbit. It is the first time humanity has changed the motion of a celestial body. And not only that, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson says it altered the asteroid's orbit by 32 minutes, and scientists only hoped to shave off 10 minutes. The asteroid does not pose a threat to Earth, but this successful mission shows that a killer rock could be knocked out of Earth's way in the future.
New concerns today about a winter of viruses. I'm Liz Bonus, what hospitals are doing to prepare and what they want all of us to do to try and stay out of the hospital. We share it just ahead.
Adnan Syed freed and will not be tried again. The efforts from the Lee family after they say that they've been denied justice. Here's what's ahead this morning. Meantime, on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, missile messaging from North Korea. A best-selling author and expert in the region's conflicts joins us to discuss the escalating situation there. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:44, and in your health headlines this morning, we could be headed for a winter healthcare crisis of a different kind than what we saw last year. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains this threat.
Hey there, hello to you. Respiratory illnesses are already picking up this season. It is expected to be the perfect storm of illnesses such as cold, flu, RSV. These are viruses we haven't seen, they expect, at this level in years. Hospitals already urgently gearing up for all of this, from testing stations like these, which make sure masks fit properly, to worker mandatory flu vaccinations. It's all because when it comes to respiratory illnesses this season that can put you in the hospital,
but we fear the worst.
Infectious disease specialist Dr. Thomas Lamar of Ohio's Christ Hospital got his flu shot today. He says while COVID-19 related hospitalizations are down right now,
it's one pandemic away from being right back where we started.
Here's why. This Mayo Clinic analysis map shows based on what happened in previous years, within weeks, COVID-19 cases are expected to jump at least 10%. Add that to CDC reports that flu cases, respiratory syncytial virus, and other enteroviruses or GI bugs are rising in both children and adults. This is happening now, earlier than in previous years, here and across the globe.
Australia had a really bad flu season, and it comes from Australia to us.
The new Omicron-targeted COVID-19 boosters and the flu vaccines can reduce hospitalizations, but the CDC reports so far barely 4% of those eligible have stepped up to get the new COVID-19 booster, and less than half of us plan to bother getting a flu vaccine this year. It's mainly due to vaccine fatigue.
When you look at vaccinations in children and overall across the board, they've fallen.
Couple that with hospital worker fatigue, staffing shortages, and hospitals already full of sicker patients from delayed pandemic care, and this winter virus season could be the perfect storm before the winter storms ever set in. Some of the viruses already circulating can lead to trouble breathing, and some of them within 24 hours. So specialists are saying pay attention to symptoms. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Great, Liz, thank you. In your national news this morning, Angela Lansbury, the star of Murder, She Wrote and the beloved Mrs. Potts in The Beauty and the Beast, has died. Lansbury won 5 Tony Awards during her legendary career and a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences back in 2013. Her family releasing a statement saying that she died peacefully in her sleep at her home in Los Angeles. Lansbury was 96 years old. 4:47 now. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax midway through the week. How's it shaping up out there?
Well, we are in for a change, but fortunately for anyone heading outside later today, it looks pretty good. It's the night and tomorrow when you really need to keep watch on the radar as we're looking at the next chance for storms. Right now we sit at 48 with partly cloudy skies over Baltimore and nice and calm winds. Across the rest of the state, those temperatures are in the 40s and the 50s. So we're already waking up to temperatures a couple degrees higher than they were this time yesterday. It doesn't feel too bad outside, but by the afternoon, it really starts to feel nice. We'll stay seasonable with temperatures close to average in the low 70s. Then tomorrow, temperatures again in the low 70s, but the big difference is that we'll have showers and storms throughout the day ahead of our next cold front. Behind that cold front, though, we get a little bit cooler as we head into the weekend, but we stay mostly dry. Here's a look at that weather maker. We've got high pressure off the coast. We're still nice and dry thanks to that high pressure system, but this cold front is going to sweep across the region, and that will lead to our next chance for showers and possibly storms, and that starts as we head into the night. First today, expect those clouds to gradually increase into the afternoon. We stay dry throughout the evening, so your commute home does look pretty good to go. Then after midnight, we have that chance for a few stray showers. Those will continue overnight and into the morning. You may be driving through some storms or possibly on wet roads. You might want to add some extra time to your commute in the morning, even in the afternoon and evening. Once we get to about 3 p.m., we're tracking those showers and storms moving across the state. There could be some spots of heavy rain, so make sure that you're staying weather alert. We're also keeping track of that cold front moving across the state. It continues to pass over the state slowly as we head into the night. So around 9 p.m., we're still tracking those showers and storms, but rain will gradually taper after midnight. And by sunrise on Friday, we're looking at a nice and dry start to the day. 72 for the high temperature today with clouds increasing. It will be a little bit breezy at times. Then as we head into the night, we have that chance for a few stray showers. Heading into the day tomorrow, showers and storms, temperatures around 70 degrees. We've got that cold front moving across the state. 67 and dry on Friday. We'll have more sunshine heading into the weekend. 70 on Saturday and again on Sunday. Temperatures stay close to average. Sunday night into Monday, we have the chance for a few showers. Then notice our temperatures do fall heading into the work week. 64 on Monday. Then those numbers drop to the 50s on Tuesday, but we stay mostly dry. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network and our live cameras pulled up, and we've got some traffic out there. Very light volume right now. No major issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit, though. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA joining us live on the phone. How's it going, Mark?
All right. Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. The commute start is a good one for travel out there on Metro Subway Link. It's operating on time from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. On Light Rail Link, you'll find about a 15-minute delay in both directions, so that service certainly allowed time for travel out there on Light Rail Link. On the BART train system, Penn Train 505 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of BART look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Major job losses could be in our future. The grim warning coming from one of the world's largest banks.
Another round of resistance for President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the details of a new lawsuit.
It is 4:54 developing this morning. New questions over the fate of President Joe Biden's loan forgiveness program. 6 states have filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has the details.
For more than 40 million students across America, President Biden says his plan is about helping them crawl out from under their mountain of debt.
To get on top of their rent and their utilities, to finally think about buying a home or starting a family or starting a business.
It includes canceling up to $20,000 in student loan debt for Pell Grant recipients and up to $10,000 for other borrowers, as long as annual income falls below $125,000 for individuals and $250,000 for families.
It's going to be nurses and truck drivers, nail technicians, and millions of people who were not able to finish their degrees.
But in the weeks that followed the announcement, 6 Republican-led states filed a lawsuit against it, arguing canceling the debt will negatively impact state revenue and that the White House is overstepping its authority since Congress has the power of the purse.
You're helping a relatively privileged part of the population at the expense of others that don't go, others that have paid off their debts.
The newest lawsuit comes from the Job Creators Network, which focuses on the way the proposal came about without any input from the public.
This is a program that is going to impact every single American in this country. And therefore, all Americans should have the opportunity to provide their input.
Elaine Parker says her group agrees with the Democrats that Americans drowning in student loan debt need a break, but warns the Biden administration's program gives colleges and universities a free pass to keep raising tuition at an exorbitant rate.
This is an inflationary program that is going to continue with the skyrocketing inflation that is hurting our small business community, that's hurting all Americans.
But the White House is insisting many of those hurting will be helped by this plan, especially since the pandemic-related pause on student loan repayment will expire at the end of this year. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
All right, Christine, thank you. Turning now to inflation frustration. The Federal Reserve's fight to tame inflation will result in tens of thousands of lost jobs. That's a warning coming from Bank of America. The bank telling clients in a report last Friday that it will translate to a loss of about 175,000 jobs per month. Interest rate hikes will take their toll, the bank believes. Other bankers are saying the same thing. Bank of America is protecting the unemployment rate to peak at about 5.5% over the next year. It dropped to 3.5% last month, the lowest level since 1969. The International Monetary Fund anticipates next year will feel like a recession for millions all around the world. In its World Economic Outlook, the IMF predicts global growth will slow to 2.7% next year. That is down from the 2.9% that it estimated in July. The organization says this is the weakest growth since 2001, aside from the global financial crisis and the peak of COVID-19. Experts say 3 issues are creating a, quote, volatile period, and this includes Russia's invasion of Ukraine, inflation, and China's economic slowdown. In your national news this morning, turmoil in our nation's second largest city. President Biden calling on 3 members of the Los Angeles City Council to step down. This comes after the council president was heard on a leaked audio using racial slurs against the son of another council member. The comments by Council Presidents Nuri Martinez were made last year and just surfaced. She's apologized and stepped down as council president. However, she is taking a leave of absence and will maintain her city council seat. Taking a live look from New York City here this morning, where guns will be banned in the area. Mayor Eric Adams signing 2 gun laws this week. The laws ban concealed carry permit holders from bringing their weapons into sensitive locations in Times Square. The mayor says his decision is meant to keep the city safe after a Supreme Court decision overturned New York's gun laws.
We're not going to live in fear, and we're going to make sure we create an environment where those who visit the city, such as Times Square, won't have to be paralyzed with the fear of knowing that someone is carrying a gun in this area.
This and similar laws face challenges. Last week, a federal judge ruled that parts of New York's Concealed Carry Improvement Act, passed by state legislators, is unconstitutional. Turning now to international news, King Charles III will be crowned in May at Westminster Abbey. The coronation will come 8 months after the death of Queen Elizabeth, who was the longest ruling monarch in British history. Charles's ceremony is expected to be shorter and less extravagant than his mother's back in 1953.
Adnan Syed's charges have officially been dropped, but now Heyman Lee's family is once again fighting for justice. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up, I'll explain what could happen next.
New efforts from City Council to curb crime after yet another violent incident at Mervo High School. Why some safety experts are showing opposition.
And we're off to a nice and quiet start to the morning, but we do have rain on the way. I'll let you know when you can expect that and how it impacts your plans coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
He is elated. He is joyful. He is still processing this. I mean, I think you can imagine there have been so many ups and downs over the past 23 years. So he is really just taking it all in.
This morning, Adnan Syed is waking up a free man, his name known across the world thanks to the hit podcast Serial. After 2 decades in jail, prosecutors say new DNA evidence has vindicated him. We'll have team coverage all morning long. Good morning to you on this Wednesday, October 12th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax in for Justin Chambers, looking at our forecast this morning.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like a good one for the day. However, tomorrow we won't be able to say the same thing. We've got the next weather maker on the way, and that will lead to the chance for rain and storms. But you still have time to enjoy the nice 70s that we have this afternoon. We're starting right now with temperatures at 49 with calm winds and partly cloudy skies over Towson. Across the rest of the state, we're seeing temperatures in the 40s and in the 50s. Really not too bad as you head outside this morning. You may want to grab a jacket, but by the afternoon we do heat up and you'll be able to shed the layers. We're keeping watch on the national map, and that cold front is going to be the next weather maker. That will move across the state tomorrow, but it will lead to showers and storms heading into the night. So what we're looking at is that front getting closer to us, leading to rain as we head into the morning and then into the afternoon. There could be storms, some of which could be strong, even severe. So make sure that you are staying weather alert. I'll break down the timing of those storms and when we get a break from the rain coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Adnan Syed, a free man this morning. He was a teen when his former Woodlawn High School girlfriend was killed in 1999. He's maintained his innocence ever since.
But there are many questions remaining. Who killed Hae Min Lee? What is next for Syed after his name is cleared? And what is next for the Lee family?
Now, we have team coverage this morning on this nationally recognized case. Coming up at 5:30, Mackenzie Frost digging into questions over Marilyn Mosby's motives and the timing for requesting the conviction be vacated.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning. She is looking into some of the lingering questions that still remain. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, just last month, Adnan Syed's conviction was vacated and he walked out of this courthouse a free man. And as you mentioned, now that the charges have been officially dropped, he will remain free. But the big question now is who is responsible for killing Hae Min Lee 23 years ago? Her family wants to know the answer to that so that justice can be served. And they're appealing a judge's decision to vacate Syed's charges, alleging prosecutors failed to properly notify them about their right to testify in the hearing that led to Syed's release from prison.
Nobody really wanted to hear from this family because they just didn't want there's no one else who had standing to raise questions about this, and the only person was the victim. And if you can shut the victim out of this process, then you can make this process run more smoothly.
Marilyn Mosby instructed her office to dismiss the case against Syed following DNA testing that excluded him. Mosby says she is appointing a new prosecutor to probe 2 other suspects in the case. But Steve Kelly, the attorney for Hae Min Lee's family, says her family is losing hope.
Are my clients confident that this demonstrates innocence? No, they're not, because they still have questions about innocence.
And now with the case dismissed, it's still unclear whether the victim's appeal will be dismissed too, leaving her family fighting for justice once again. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, thank you, Olivia. Maryland Attorney General Brian Frosh has joined the victim's family in efforts to put Adnan Syed's case on hold. Frosh arguing that Judge Finn violated the family's rights by not allowing Lee's brothers to testify in person. The family was given less than 1 business day to make it to Baltimore after Marilyn Mosby decided to move ahead and vacate Syed's convictions. Fox 45 News has reached out to Frosh regarding this development. His office replied, no comment.
5:04 and turning now to a city in crisis. Councilwoman Odette Ramos is urging volunteers to join a program to help keep Mervo students safe going to and from school.
It's a positive thing, and it's a way to get community engaged. Residents who want to go through this and help us out will go through, and I'll be included, we'll go through a training so that folks know what they can and can't do, so that they're also not, know what to look for and to say, oh no, this is a school police thing. This is a, more eyes and ears on the street is a good thing.
But the plan is leaving some safety experts skeptical of the effectiveness.
Who's going to provide safety for the volunteers? Look, and we get it. We want alumni and we want community members to be engaged in our with the schools. As the police department, we encourage that. But we got to be careful that we're not sending people into harm's way.
Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, president of the City Schools Police Union, says he is not aware of school police being included in the discussions about this program, but he is open to discussing safety concerns.
Well, the decision following many different violent incidents right at Mervo. Thursday, there were 6 fights, one involving a parent who was led in by a student. That parent is now being charged. And then last month, you remember, a student was shot and killed in the parking lot of that high school. A suspect, a student from another school.
Baltimore City Schools has parted ways with a staff member accused of helping students attack another student who's a refugee from Afghanistan. This happened 3 weeks ago at Baltimore City's Academy for College and Career Exploration. The Council on American Islamic Relations says that the staff member locked the students inside a bathroom while they beat and stripped a 16-year-old of her hijab. On top of letting that staff member go, City Schools says it has disciplined the other students involved. This morning, we are once again anticipating the release of the Producer Price Index, a key measure of inflation.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand ahead of today's big announcement. Megan.
All right, here's where we are, Tom. Wall Street closing yesterday with NASDAQ here falling to its second bear market of the year. A volatile day for trading. Meantime, take a look at this. After the Bank of England warned its bond buying program will end on Friday. And then to top all of this off, guys, we've got some stubborn inflation numbers remaining high, currently at 8.3%. Investors now concerned the Fed's action will cool the economy too much, risking recession. President Biden maintaining the U.S. is not in recession, but now admitting it's possible. Listen in.
I don't think there will be a recession. If it is, it'll be a very slight recession. That is, we'll move down slightly.
Taking a live look now over Capitol Hill this morning, we are getting word that global policy leaders will be holding meetings in Washington this week ahead of the key economic reports coming out in the coming days here. Again, today we have the Producer Price Index. That comes out at 8:30. Again, it measures how much producers are paid for wholesale products. Then tomorrow, the Consumer Price Index, and that measures inflation by how much consumers pay for those products there. Also, new jobless claims are expected out tomorrow. And then on Friday, new numbers on retail sales showing how much money consumers are pumping into the economy. We're going to keep you posted as the numbers come out today and as the markets open on Wall Street this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Tonight, Maryland's gubernatorial candidates are set to have their first and only debate, the areas where the candidates are feeling confident.
And it's going to be another nice, warm and dry day. But tomorrow, the next weather maker arrives. I'll let you know the timing of the rain that it brings coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Good morning and happy Wednesday. We're waking up to nice and dry conditions this morning. Temperatures in the 40s. We're one of the cool spots, but as we look toward the west, you see that large area in blue with the cooler temperatures. That's all behind a cold front, and that will be our next weather maker arriving tomorrow, leading to rain and storms. I'll let you know the timing of those rain and storms and what to expect heading into the weekend coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. 5:11 now, and here's a look at today's headlines. Gubernatorial candidates Wes Moore and Dan Cox will be taking part in a debate hosted by Maryland Public Television. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a preview.
The City Council is holding a meeting on sewage backup in Baltimore 1 week after the release of the Inner Harbor report card.
And the Maryland Attorney General's office is holding a re-entry resource fair to help people recently released from prison find jobs, housing, and education opportunities.
The Fells Point Fun Fest is being rescheduled for a second time. How the staffing shortage in the Baltimore Police Department is impacting weekend events in the city.
Classic slasher film series finally coming to an end? We'll see. Maybe. Right. Yeah, and when we can finally see the conclusion of Halloween films. All right, 5:15. In your entertainment news this morning, singer Blake Shelton will be leaving NBC's The Voice after next season.
He's been on since the show's inception back in 2011. The network put out a statement saying in season 23, the show will bid farewell to Shelton and welcome some new faces. Chance the Rapper and former One Direction member Niall Horan set to join as first-time coaches. Shelton said he thought long and hard before deciding to leave The Voice, which he says changed his life for the better.
Well, Marvel fans will have to wait a little bit longer to watch some upcoming superhero movies in theaters. Disney announcing it's pushing back to the release dates for several of their movies. They include Fantastic Four, Blade, Deadpool 3, and Avengers Secret Wars. The delays range anywhere from 2 to roughly 10 months. Marvel has shut down the production of Blade for now after the director left due to scheduling conflicts. Reports say the studio is using this time to find a replacement. In other movie headlines, after, get this, 44 years. 1978 is the first one when they were doing it.
I didn't realize
The
it went
blood
back that far.
feud between Laurie Strode and evil Michael Myers comes to a brutal conclusion in Hollywood Ends.
Halloween ends.
Halloween ends, yeah.
But Hollywood is coming to an end after 44 years.
A long time ago.
All right, so Scream Queen Jamie Lee Curtis returns as Laurie Strode for one last epic battle after almost 50 years playing the iconic final girl. Curtis says that playing this character has become a symbol of female strength. In all, there are 13 different Halloween movies that have come out over the years. The first one debuting, like you said, in 1978. The killer conclusion will arrive in theaters on Friday. So I was just saying to you guys, I have not seen the movies, and if I did, I saw it way back when I was a kid. So I don't remember the premise of it, but I don't understand why either she's not dead or Michael Myers isn't dead in all this time. They're really bad at what they're doing.
Are you guys into them?
No, I think I've seen two.
I saw one on TBS, which you know must have been.
Recently?
No, I was a kid, and it was the hot tub scene, and they were like turning it up, and it was horrible. Never saw anything since. It's not for me.
I mean, it feels like every single year there's another movie coming out, and it's like, how is this still continuing?
Right, so this is the last one. So does she die? Does he die?
He dies.
He's going to die
she
in this
prevails
one?
and he dies.
Well,
Right?
she would have to.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, I'm not a fan of scary movies. I just don't like that. But I think at this point, I could probably watch it and be fine because I think they're so hokey that it's less.
Do you think
scary
they'll go
and
that
more
route, or will they try to be more modern and the new age scare?
With the more violence, the blood and the violence now? I mean,
don't
realistic
like that.
stuff? Yeah.
I don't know.
74 days till Christmas.
Ooh, thank you, Megan, for that.
There we go.
I'm excited
I like
for that.
that.
But are you ready for the Christmas temperatures?
No.
The winter temperatures, those are on the way. Actually, we're getting a little bit cooler next week. It's going to feel more like late fall, but today you still have a nice day to enjoy. We've got the 70s sticking around for another couple of days. Then we will cool down heading into the weekend. Right now, temperatures start at 49 with partly cloudy skies over Baltimore and nice and calm winds this morning. We're seeing those numbers in the 40s and in the 50s across the state. So really for all of us, not bad as you head outside this morning. You may want to grab a jacket, but you won't need it this afternoon. Those temperatures will rise to the 70s once again, and that means we'll be pretty seasonable and some of us warmer than average for this time of year. We've got high pressure off the coast. We'll have more clouds return behind that high pressure system. And then we've got a cold front toward the end of the screen. That will be our next weather maker, and that's going to lead to the chance for showers and storms tomorrow. As we head into the afternoon, more clouds arrive, but we do stay dry throughout the day. Then heading into the evening, it looks pretty good for your commute home. Overnight, we stay mostly dry until we get to about 2, 3 o'clock. That's when we have the chance for a few showers. Those continue off and on heading into the morning. You could be driving on wet roads or possibly through some areas of heavy rain, so you may want to add some extra time to your commute in the morning. And even into the afternoon and evening, we still have that chance for rain and storms all ahead of that cold front. There could be areas of heavy rain at times, but the primary threat will be gusty winds. Now, as we move forward into the night, we still have rain across the state, but it will gradually taper after midnight. And by sunrise, we're looking at dry weather for Friday. 72 for the high temperature today. This is still above average for this time of year. We'll have increasing clouds, and it will be breezy at times. Then tomorrow, 70 with rain and storms, 60s on Friday. Then we've got the 70s over the rest of the weekend. But notice over the work week, temperatures gradually fall. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Now we want to take a look at your lens solar traffic network and looking around at some of the area cameras here. No issues to report around the Baltimore region at all. Some great news for your Wednesday morning. Now we want to get a check on your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Mark, were you ever a Halloween fan when that movie's with Michael Myers and Jamie Lee Curtis?
I've never seen that one. I've never seen it, but I hear it's good. Yeah.
They made 13 of them. I mean, somebody's watching them. I don't know. You and I aren't,
too.
though.
I think that's safe to say for sure. Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 505 and Camden train 841, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, look for about a 5 to 10-minute delay in your travels. Allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link looking good, though. On-time service from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The Fells Point Fun Fest second time. Police say they just don't have enough staff to handle the festival on Halloween weekend, pushing it back now to November 4th through 6th. The festival was already postponed following the remnants of Hurricane Ian. Organizers say they will offer refunds to people who bought tickets for that weekend, but all tickets will still be valid on the rescheduled dates.
Breast cancer death rates are dropping significantly in the U.S. Coming up, why there's still a disparity when it comes to breast cancer deaths among black women.
And new developments rise in the Department of Justice's investigation into documents found at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. The questions now this morning about who met with the FBI. 521, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .524 in your health headlines this morning. Deaths related to breast cancer are falling in the United States, but there is still a big disparity when it comes to breast cancer deaths among black women.
Now, that's according to the latest report from the American Cancer Society. Tyra Majors with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle explains.
This Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a new study showing the breast cancer death rate in the U.S. has dropped significantly. The American Cancer Society says deadly cases of the disease decreased by 43% from 1989 through 2020, despite the number of cases going up slightly.
So I would definitely say that mammograms and early screening is so essential. It can detect breast cancer up to 3 years in terms of the x-ray and the imaging that we see. So because of that, that's definitely attributing to the success.
Although the death rate is dropping, the findings show racial inequalities remain. While black women have a lower chance of getting breast cancer, their death rate is 40% higher than women of any other race. Dr. Patricia Iguatu from Kaiser Seattle says it's a matter of access.
We know that black women in particular have a higher chance of getting triple negative breast cancer, which has a higher mortality rate. So when all that comes together, it's like, okay, if you're not getting the biopsy done, and that's not saying that that's someone's fault. It's like the access to it, and that attributes to the healthcare disparities.
She says one way to address this situation is to improve hospital access and cancer screening opportunities for all women.
So who is getting the screening? Access in terms of, do you have transportation? When are appointments happening?
American women have 1 in 8 chance of developing breast cancer during their lifetimes. Dr. Iguatu warning cancer screenings and mammograms are not something to miss because we all have different risk.
Some individuals are going to have breast cancer within their family. So unfortunately, their mom, their grandfather, or their grandmother, and recognizing that breast cancer exists in men too. If you don't know that, that's okay. So to still work with your provider to figure out like what works best for you.
According to Kaiser Permanente, breast cancer screening rates are still 15% below pre-pandemic levels due to concerns about catching COVID-19 at hospitals. If you do have concerns, don't forget you can conduct self-breast exams at home. Tyra Majors, Como News.
He is elated. He is joyful. He is still processing this.
Charges dropped against Adnan Syed after more than 2 decades in prison. Just ahead this morning, the questions about the role politics played in the decision.
Tonight, Dan Cox and Wes Moore are facing off in their first and only debate. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain everything we can expect during the debate. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following 3 big stories for you this morning. A man sentenced to life in prison, waking up free this morning. Why some say this was a political ploy by Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby.
School violence is prompting new tactics to keep students safe. The push from one councilwoman that is seeing opposition from experts.
Plus, the midterms right around the corner. We have a look into the candidates weighing to be your next governor.
Well, welcome back on this Wednesday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax because we're talking about the 70s, but we're losing the sun.
Yeah, we're going to get rid of the sun. Today, we'll have more clouds move in heading into the afternoon, but we stay dry. That's the good news. You can still enjoy the day, but tomorrow, not only do we get rid of the sun, but we welcome in rain and storms. Right now, though, it's nice and dry. Temperatures sit at 49 with partly cloudy skies and calm winds. Across the rest of the state, 40s and 50s, 51 in Annapolis, 53 in North Beach, 52 in Westminster. So not bad as you head outside. I'll break down what you can expect for the rest of the day, and I'll give you the timing of the storms coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. 5:31, and now to your Vote 2022 coverage. We are 26 days now away from Election Day. It's down to the wire, and the candidates are making their final push.
Maryland's gubernatorial candidates are set to have their first and only debate tonight. Olivia Dance is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with what we can expect from this debate. Olivia.
Well, good morning, and there is no doubt that it will be hotly contested, given Dan Cox and Wes Moore have very different agendas. And as you mentioned, this will be their first and only debate, and it comes as the polls show Wes Moore with a strong lead. Now, current Governor Larry Hogan has not endorsed Cox, but he is backed by former President Donald Trump. And John Deedy, a political analyst, says as a Democrat, Wes Moore is towards the left center, but in order to appeal to Baltimore City, that could change.
The Baltimore City political leadership is very liberal. They're very progressive. You got to work with them to get your agenda passed, not just to help Baltimore, but to help other regions. So you may have to make deals with them for certain things in order to get other parts of your program passed.
Now, in a statement, Moore says he looks forward to the opportunity to contrast his vision and values with Dan Cox's far-right agenda. Meanwhile, Dan Cox also released a statement saying he looks forward to letting the voters of Maryland see the candidates live, in person, and unfiltered. But there's no doubt some polarizing topics will be brought up during the debate, which will be televised tonight at 7. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Ballot drop boxes are now in place and ready for you to cast your vote. Maryland Board of Elections saying that 281 drop boxes for the midterms have already been installed. They'll be available through November 8th at 8 p.m. And voters who request mail-in ballots have the option of either dropping them in one of those boxes or sending them through the mail. You have until November 1st to request a mail-in ballot. Big topic of discussion heading into the midterms, future of cannabis use in our country. Vice President Kamala Harris praising the Biden administration's recent move to pardon all people convicted of federal crime for possessing marijuana.
I strongly believe, and the majority of Americans agree, nobody should have to go to jail for smoking weed, right?
Yeah. That's a major reversal for Harris, who fought ballot measures for legalizing recreational marijuana while she was a senator in California.
In Maryland, voters will have the opportunity to decide if they want recreational cannabis to be legal. Recent polls suggest it could pass by a large margin. According to a recent Goucher College poll, support for the ballot measure was 59%. 34% would vote against it, and 7% are undecided. Continuing coverage this morning of the nationally recognized case of Adnan Syed.
He's waking up a free man this morning, but many are questioning the motives of Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby.
Mackenzie Frost is looking into the politics behind the decision.
The public first learned about Marilyn Mosby's intent to vacate the murder conviction of Adnan Syed the day before the jury selection was slated to begin in her own federal fraud and perjury trial. Now experts say that federal trial could be at play again in this case. Right there. Adnan Syed walking out of a Baltimore City courthouse just days after Marilyn Mosby walked into a federal courtroom, hours before jury selection began in her own trial. Fox 45 News asking Mosby then if her decision to vacate Syed's murder conviction was related to her own fate.
Ms. Mosby, was the Syed case a distraction from you for this personal matter?
Mosby not answering. Now Syed officially free after Mosby made the decision to drop the charges.
This is an attempt by Marilyn Mosby to gain favor with Marylanders.
Jeremy Eldridge, a current defense attorney and former prosecutor in the state's attorney's office, not involved in this case, but says Mosby's move to drop the charges could be still rooted in thinking about what's best for her, even though her federal perjury and fraud trial was delayed until March 2023.
It makes you ask one big question, which is this why it took so long? Were you waiting to play this card? Were you always intending on doing this for Adnan Syed, but waiting until the opportune time politically, the opportune time with regard to your own federal prosecution?
As Mosby prepares to leave office after losing her primary for a third term and possibly federal prison time looming over her head, her own defense attorney says she needs to make some money.
She's got a family. She's lost an election. She needs income after January 6th, as you all well know. She's lost the election. She certainly wants to move on with her life.
And Eldred says Mosby could be looking to this case as a way to score some points and find a way to leave office in January with large support. Since Syed's case is so high profile, Mosby's move capturing national attention. Eldred says playing this card now, freeing Syed, could all be an attempt to get a better outcome for herself.
We reached out to the presumptive next state's attorney in Baltimore City, Ivan Bates, to see if he had a comment about this latest news involving the Syed case, but so far we haven't heard back. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Why were charges against Adnan Syed dropped? Politics, correct decision, both, or neither? So far, 78% of those who have voted say politics. And we want to hear from you. You can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Federal prosecutors are accusing City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's defense team of trying to taint the jury pool in the upcoming trial against her. In a new motion filed just yesterday, prosecutors argue that Mosby's team should not be allowed to hold news conferences in front of the courthouse, saying those are attempts to sway a potential jury. Prosecutors had previously called for a gag order after lead defense attorney A. Scott Bolden spoke about the trial on September 14th.
Two new developments this morning in the DOJ's investigation into documents found at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're learning now. Megan.
Well, Patrice, the first big development as we take you live to Capitol Hill this morning, the lawyer for President Trump who certified that all classified documents had been returned to the government has now voluntarily met with the FBI. And this is what we're learning from it. Christina Bobb saying she signed the letter but did not conduct a search for the documents themselves. She's now pointing in the direction of another lawyer, Evan Corcoran. The Justice Department says that letter now false since more documents were seized during the FBI's raid in August. Now, the other big news, the DOJ is now asking the Supreme Court this morning to reject former President Trump's attempt to re-include 103 classified documents in the special master's review. Critics saying this request is just the latest attempt by the former president to slow down the criminal investigation. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Oh, we're feeling this. Well, some of us are. The Rock Show is back with Blink 182, and they're bringing their show to Baltimore.
Our next weather maker is heading this way. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is tracking when we could start to see showers. 5:39 is the time.
Good morning and happy Wednesday. We are looking at another pretty nice day. We stay nice and dry with temperatures in the low 70s. And then we're back to the rain tomorrow. We've got rain and storms. Temperatures still stay in the 70s, but heading into the weekend, those numbers drop to the 60s. That's all behind a cold front. I'll break down the timing of the rain coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Turning now to counties under pressure, we're learning 2 of the victims in a stabbing last week along the Las Vegas Strip are sisters from Middle River.
Gabby and Cassie Hughes were 2 of the 6 survivors of the attack. 2 other people lost their lives. The sister's aunt says they were on vacation when it took a turn. The girl's aunt tells Fox 45 News Cassie has been discharged from the hospital, but Gabby is still in the ICU. The suspect in the attack was back in court yesterday. He faces murder and attempted murder charges. It turns out that man had a previous criminal record in California.
As violence continues across the country, some highly populated cities are making major changes. Look into 2 gun laws now being implemented in New York City.
And the student loan forgiveness form is unveiled just ahead this morning. The concerns now ahead of launch day. 5:42 is the time.
FOX45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45, looking ahead this morning. If you are a fan of 90s music, you'll soon have a chance to relive those glory days.
Blink-182 announcing a new tour next summer, along with the release of a new album. The band will be in Baltimore May 26th of next year, and tickets go on sale this upcoming Monday.
This is huge for fans. Band members Mark Hoppus and Travis Barker have reunited with original member Tom DeLonge. Now, Hoppus and DeLonge formed the group in 1992, and Barker then came on board as the drummer in 98. DeLonge left the band in 2015, so the reunited trio is dropping a new single on Friday titled Edging, and it's the first time the 3 have been in a studio together in a decade.
So, guys, reunion here prompting a lot of reaction from not only fans here in Baltimore, but all across the country. People pretty excited. Someone writing dreams coming true. Yeah, really excited. My heart is happy. We've got another one here. Best day ever. And then this is kind of an interesting one. Rob says, so Blink 182 is back together and Baltimore prosecutors dropped charges against Adnan Syed. Big day for 1999, which is interesting because this is a blast from the past, guys. It reminded me, we played some music in commercial, and it is my high school everything. Like, I can picture myself in the hallway when you guys played the music.
So are you going to the concert?
I would love to. I thought they were great. I haven't listened to them, though, like people on Spotify have. So maybe I need to get back into it.
Jasmine, how about you? Are you going to go to this concert?
Probably not. I don't know enough of their songs. I think I know, what is it, all the small things.
Right, so the song they just played, that's what I said.
The only one that I know, but I know a lot of people love them.
I knew two.
I did, so I was like, I don't think I know any of them. And then you all started playing them. I do recognize that one. The second song you played, I don't know that one.
And that was, I was trying to figure out what movie or television show or something it was in, or commercial. I don't know. It's probably like a Kleenex commercial or something. I don't know.
You recognize a lot of them.
Yeah, I guess we'll start picking them up.
Monday, you get to go get your tickets on Monday. So if you're a fan, there you go.
All right.
All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and see what's in store for us.
Are there any small things in store?
Oh, boy.
Truth hurts.
Well, I mean, if you consider rain a small thing, that's coming to our forecast tomorrow. But today, we still have a pretty nice one. You can get outside, enjoy the weather, but there will be more clouds involved. 49 for the current temperature, not a bad start to the morning. Partly cloudy skies and calm winds over Baltimore. We're seeing those numbers in the 40s and in the 50s across the state, so a little bit higher than we were this time yesterday. You may need to send the kids still with a coat or jacket this morning. Temperatures will be in the 40s and then the 50s by 8 a.m. But this afternoon, it does get warmer as high temperatures again return to the low 70s. We're in for a nice and seasonable day, but again, we've got those clouds returning. Then tomorrow, we've got the rain coming back along with storms. That's all ahead of our next cold front. Behind the cold front, though, we've got a mostly dry weekend ahead of us, along with slightly cooler temperatures as we enter the weekend. On the HD radar, not too much happening right now across Maryland, but as we look a little bit farther west, we've got that cold front moving across the country. That will be our next weather maker entering the region as we head into the day tomorrow. That will lead to the rain and storms. Today, though, we've got more clouds moving in ahead of that front. We'll stay dry throughout the afternoon and into the evening. You should have a quiet commute home. Then overnight, more clouds return, and we could be looking at a couple of stray showers after midnight. As we head to about 7, 8 o'clock, we're tracking rain and storms. You may be driving on some wet roads or through areas of rain. Make sure that you're adding some extra time to your commute and driving safely. The rain continues off and on as we head into the afternoon. Some of the storms could be strong, even severe, and we are under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5, so make sure that you're staying weather alert. Heading into the night, we still have that chance for rain, but after midnight, the showers gradually taper, and we're looking at a mostly dry start after daybreak. Once we get to the afternoon, temperatures reach 72 with increasing clouds. It will be a little bit breezy at times, but again, we stay dry. It's more of a transition day into the rainy pattern that we have tomorrow. 70 for the temperature, 60s on Friday. Then we're looking at lots of sunshine over the weekend, temperatures in the 70s. After that, we cool to the 60s and then the 50s heading into the work week. Back to you.
All right, now to our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We've got some issues on the road. There was a 4-car crash on 95 southbound at 395 with an overturned vehicle. There's also another crash at 95 closer to 295. So you're going to run into some issues as you're out and about this morning. But you see the slowdown here. This is 95 south at 395. Give yourself plenty of time if you head that way. Let's get a check now of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we're dealing with a delay on the Canada line. It's train 843 that's presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel for the start. Light Rail Link with a 10-minute delay in both directions of that service, and Metro Subway Link looking in that direction. You'll find on-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Adnan Syed freed, but the family of Heyman Lee is once again searching for justice. Just ahead, the evidence that led prosecutors to drop the murder charges.
The International Monetary Fund lowering expectations for its global outlook. I'm Atra Al-Nashar with what that means for inflation and unemployment here in the U.S.
In your national news this morning, taking a live look from New York City, where guns will be banned in the area. Mayor Eric Adams signed 2 gun laws this week. The laws ban concealed carry permit holders from bringing their weapons into sensitive locations in Times Square. The mayor says that decision meant to keep the city safe after a Supreme Court decision overturned New York's gun laws.
We're not going to live in fear, and we're going to make sure we create an environment where those who visit the city, such as Times Square, won't have to be paralyzed with the fear of knowing that someone is carrying a gun in this area.
Well, this and similar laws face challenges. Last week, a federal judge ruled that parts of New York's Concealed Carry Improvement Act, passed by state legislators, is unconstitutional.
And now in your consumer news this Wednesday morning, the website to apply for student loan forgiveness expected to go live later this month. The White House giving us a glimpse of what it will look like. In August, President Joe Biden announcing plans to cancel up to $10,000 in student loans for people making less than $125,000 a year and up to $20,000 for people who received Pell Grants. The proposal, however, faces several legal challenges, with critics saying the president is going too far.
Well, it's disappointing that it's tied up in court, not because of the legal process, that's standard in a country of laws, but only because we wanted to get that help to all those young people and even middle-aged people that are still struggling with college debt.
Well, the White House stands by its authority under the HEROES Act, which was put in place after 9/11, allowing the Education Department to reduce or eliminate debt in times of national emergency. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the program will cost taxpayers $400 billion over the next 3 decades.
This week in the nation's capital, leaders of the International Monetary Fund are meeting to discuss the state of global economic conditions.
High inflation, rising interest rates, and geopolitical instability are leading them to a grimier outlook over the next few years.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a look at what this means for the United States.
The global environment is fragile, with storm clouds on the horizon. That's the daunting assessment from the International Monetary Fund. The world's financial stability is threatened by the highest inflation in decades. Central banks, like the Federal Reserve, tightening monetary policy in an attempt to cool that inflation.
I think we're going to face higher rates and high inflation probably for a while.
And perhaps the most unpredictable factor, Russia's war in Ukraine. The IMF predicts inflation in the U.S. won't get close to reaching the Fed's target rate of 2% until the end of 2023. They also project unemployment will increase to 4.5%, slightly higher than the Fed's projection. Whether the U.S. economy can withstand the same shocks pushing other economies into recession is to be seen. This week, J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon said the U.S. could hit a recession in the next 6 to 9 months. But if that happens, he says American consumers are better positioned to weather the storm than they were in 2008.
Companies are in good shape. Credit's very good. Markets are still open, though rocky and stuff like that. It can go from very mild to quite hard, and a lot will rely on what happens to this war. So I think to guess is hard. Be prepared.
For some, it's hard to prepare for a possible downturn while keeping up with expenses now, as food and gas prices weigh on budgets. On Tuesday, Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester said there has been no progress on inflation. A recent LendingTree survey finds about a third of Americans have paid a bill late in the past 6 months. 61% say it's because they didn't have enough money to cover it. Assessments from the Fed and IMF this week giving no indication conditions will improve anytime soon. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
The U.S. is cutting off China from certain semiconductor chips made with U.S. technology, and that is causing a collapse in the chip market. According to Bloomberg, the industry has lost about $240 billion in capital since the president rolled out the plan last week. The U.S. passed the CHIPS Act earlier this year, and it is designed to make the U.S. competitive with China in the industry, but it will also likely take several years to build out, meaning prices could remain very high for all things reliant on such technology if China is now out of the mix.
Adnan Syed's charges have officially been dropped, but now Heyman Lee's family is once again fighting for justice. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up, I'll explain what could happen next.
Councilwoman Odette Ramos is urging volunteers to join a program to help keep Mervo students safe. Just ahead, the questions this morning about safety for the volunteers as well.
And our next weather maker is on the way, leading to the chance for rain and storms tomorrow. I'll let you know what you can expect for the day today and then the rain for tomorrow coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. On this Wednesday, October 12th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and Wednesday morning, and it looks like we are going to say goodbye to the sun for a little while.
But at least still warm.
Right.
We're not dipping too cold, even though we don't have the sun. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's giving us all the details.
Oh, yeah, it's not too bad right now, and it won't be too bad this afternoon, but we are talking the return of cooler temperatures, especially heading into next week. Now, taking a look at the HD radar, we're pretty dry here in Maryland and around the region, but as we look a little bit farther to the west, you can see that cold front. That will be the weather maker leading to rain and storms tomorrow. You still have a nice day to enjoy today, but you will notice more clouds. Right now, it is cleared over Towson with temperatures around 47 with nice and calm winds. Across the rest of the state, those temperatures are in the 40s and the 50s. Those numbers are headed to the 70s, but we'll have increasing clouds into the afternoon. That's all in preparation for that next weather maker arriving tomorrow. I'll break down the timing and the impacts from that cold front coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Taking a look at your Len-Stoller traffic network right now, there's one incident that was causing some major delays. It doesn't look too bad right now. There's 4 vehicles involved causing some delays, but it looks like they have actually directed people. The camera's not showing it right here, but looks like the traffic is stopped now, 95. So they may be redirecting you to get off of the highway here. 95 south, just south of the city here, right before 295. Adnan Syed, a free man this morning. He was only a teen when his former Woodlawn High School girlfriend was killed in 1999. He's maintained his innocence ever since.
But there's still many questions remaining. Who killed Hae-Min Lee? What would be next for Syed after his name is cleared? And what is next for the Lee family?
We have team coverage for you this morning on this nationally recognized case coming up at 6:30. Mackenzie Frost digging into those questions over Marilyn Mosby's motives and the timing for requesting the conviction be vacated.
But we begin with Olivia Dance this morning, and she's looking into some of the lingering questions that still remain. Olivia?
Well, just last month, Adnan Syed's conviction was vacated, and he walked out of this courthouse a free man. And as you mentioned, now that the charges have been officially dropped, he will remain free. But the big question now is who is responsible for killing Hae-Min Lee 23 years ago? Her family wants to know that answer so justice can be served. And they're appealing a judge's decision to vacate Syed's charges, alleging prosecutors failed to properly notify them about their right to testify in the hearing that led to Syed's release from prison.
Nobody really wanted to hear from this family because they just didn't want there's no one else who had standing to raise questions about this, and the only person is the victim. And if you can shut the victim out of this process, then you can make this process run more smoothly.
Now, Marilyn Mosby instructed her office to dismiss the case against Syed following DNA testing that excluded him. Mosby says she is appointing a new prosecutor to probe 2 other suspects in the case. But Steve Kelly, the attorney for Hae-Min Lee's family, says her family is losing hope.
Are my clients confident that this demonstrates innocence? No, they're not, because they still have questions about innocence.
Now, with the case dismissed, it's still unclear whether the victim's appeal will also be dismissed, leaving her family once again fighting for justice. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Maryland Attorney General Brian Frosh has joined the victim's family in efforts to put Adnan Syed's case on hold. Frosh arguing that Judge Finn violated the family's rights by not allowing Lee's brother to testify in person. Family was given less than 1 business day to make it to Baltimore from California after Marilyn Mosby decided to move ahead and vacate Syed's convictions. Fox 45 News has reached out to Frosh regarding the development. His office replied, no comment.
6:03 and turning now to a city in crisis. Councilwoman Odette Ramos is urging volunteers to join a program to help keep Mervo students safe going to and from school.
It's a positive thing, and it's a way to get community engaged. Residents who want to go through this and help us out will go through, and I'll be included, we'll go through a training so that folks know what they can and can't do, so that they're also not, know what to look for and to say, oh no, this is a school police thing. This is a, more eyes and ears on the street is a good thing.
But the plan is leaving some safety experts skeptical of the effectiveness.
Who's going to provide safety for the volunteers? Look, and we get it. We want alumni and we want community members to be engaged in our with the schools. As the police department, we encourage that. But we got to be careful that we're not sending people into harm's way.
Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, president of the City Schools Police Union, says he is not aware of school police being included in the discussions about the program, but he is open to discussing safety concerns.
6:04 in this decision following many different violent incidents right at Mervo. Thursday, there were 6 fights. One where a parent was let in by a student, that parent now being charged. And then last month, a student was shot and killed right in the parking lot of the high school. The suspect, a student from another city school.
Baltimore City Schools has parted ways with a staff member accused of helping students attack another student who is a refugee from Afghanistan. It happened 3 weeks ago at Baltimore City's Academy for College and Career Exploration. The Council on American Islamic Relations says the staff member locked the students inside a bathroom while they beat and stripped a 16-year-old of her hijab. On top of letting the staff member go, City School says it has disciplined the other students involved. This morning, we are once again anticipating the release of the Producer Price Index, a key measure of inflation.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand ahead of today's big announcement. Megan.
Well, we know Wall Street closing yesterday, Tom, with the Nasdaq falling into its second bear market of the year. Not pretty. It was a volatile day, and then this happened. The Bank of England warning its bond buying program will end on Friday. That only made those stocks plummet even more. To top it off, we've got just stubborn inflation remaining high, currently 8.3%. Investors now concerned the Fed's action will cool the economy too much, risking recession. President Biden maintaining the U.S. is not in recession, but now admitting it is possible. Listen in.
I don't think there will be a recession. If it is, it'll be a very slight recession. That is, we'll move down slightly.
A live look now over Capitol Hill here this morning, where we are getting word global policy leaders will be holding meetings in Washington this week ahead of the key economic reports out in the coming days. In fact, let's take a look. Again, today we have the Producer Price Index. That drops at 8:30 this morning. Again, that measures how much producers are paid for wholesale products. And then tomorrow, the Consumer Price Index, measuring inflation by how much consumers pay for those products.